you walking around. And me.
Hey guys! Hi Alex. We've got hubby today.
Hello.
He's here. He made it. Finally. We're gonna do Viper together. So we got to see the whole Picto quest line. Now we'll get to see the Viper one. Assisting this weaver could be the beginning of a whole new adventure. Assisting a weaver for Viper. Interesting. You're an adventurer, yes? There's a spot of bother over at the Weavers Guild, and we could use a hand sorting it out. We've received an order for a full ensemble, but now that the work's been completed, the client refuses to pay. Mind you, I had my suspicions from the start. He called himself a viper of all things. In my experience, people who name themselves after snakes are not to be trusted. In any case, he carries a pair of swords on his back, and I hate to think what would happen if he started wielding them in anger. Could you head to the guild and smooth things over? Of course we can. Let's go teleport to the Weavers Guild. Weaver was actually the first crafting job I got to 90. 80. Back in Shadowbringers. It was my first one. I think Culinarian was my first one for 90 in Walker. So-called Viper. Oh, he's just a so-called Viper. He might not actually be a Viper. Hi, Air. Welcome. Good evening to you, stranger. I was hoping I might make the acquaintance of someone a bit rougher around the edges. Someone who's seen her fair share of action. Could you tell me what prey's worth hunting in these here parts? Oh, the Lala's face. Have you any idea what he's talking about? I took no issue with fulfilling his order, but now that it's time for him to pay, it's as though we're talking at cross purposes. So, likewise, I don't understand why this fella's being so difficult. All I'm asking for is the outfit I ordered in the name of some critters worth killing. Maybe I ought to explain from the beginning. I'm from Tural, a big old continent on the other side of the salt west of here. You've been there, I reckon. Then you might have seen others who wield the dual blades, or vipers as we're traditionally known. Our duty is to hunt ferocious beasts that endanger the lives of innocent folk. In fact, that's what brought me here. Thing is, all that fighting and long days on the road ain't been too kind to my gear. Reckoned it was high time I got me a new get-up, bespoke and all. Fascinating, I'm sure, but why do you refuse to pay for your order? And why are you so insistent that I choose my prey? 'Cause how else am I supposed to pay you? Do us a favor and we'll hunt down any beast you want. That's the code, how we vipers do business. What? Squid. Weavers prefer more conventional forms of compensation. Yes, that is true. That's so. So you're saying they want something else instead? Payment commensurate with the skill and materials required. In gil, preferably. Well, didn't see that one coming. Guess that explains our little misunderstanding. But surely your countrymen trade in some sort of currency, yes? Or are you vipers so far removed from society as to be unaware of such concepts? The facial expressions. Of course we know what money is. We ain't no bumpkins. But when it comes to requisitioning goods and services, I usually rely on the elders to deal with artisans and the like. Which is to say, I ain't in the habit of carrying significant sums. Bumpkins. Sigh. So be it. If your only form of payment is the slaying of beasts, that shall have to do. As it happens, one of my colleagues in Eastern Thanaland reports that merchants carrying our supplies were attacked by a wild fiend. What's more, the creature is in a species of many-headed scalekin never before seen in this region. It is rumored to have escaped from the Colosseum and has been running rampant ever since. Scaly? Lot of heads? Alright, you got yourself a deal. Deal? Considering the guild has already fulfilled its end of the bargain, you should count yourself lucky. Still, I'd hate for anything to go awry at this juncture. Might I ask a favor of you, friend? I'd like you to accompany him and ensure that he attends to the creature as agreed. Besides, I dare say seeing a so-called viper at work will be an enlightening experience. Do we need to be any more enlightened, honestly, though? Like, aren't we the most enlightened? Maybe. The name's Keshqua. Pleasure to meet you. Hi, Lola. Hi. The creature was last seen near Camp Drybone, so I advise you to begin there. Camp Drybone we go. Keshqua. I'm just thinking of the last part of his name just makes me think of chocobos. Queh, queh, queh. So this is Camp Drybone, huh? Fitting name. Anyway, you ready to hunt? What's that look for? Oh, let me guess. You want to ask around first and see if anyone can point us in the right direction. No need. The Viper's friend told me plenty. All we gotta do is track down the beast, which is a Viper specialty. Oh, look at that thing. It went after traders carrying tailor's materials, bolts of cloth and whatnot. Don't sound none too nasty to me, so I'm guessing it's the merchants themselves the beast had its eye on. Most predators use their sense of smell to pick out their meals. Scents carry on the wind, so you gotta consider the positions of the rocks and plants to determine how the air tends to flow through an area. Ain't too hard to deduce where a critter's made its lair after you've done all that. He mansplains too much. Yup, that's a big un. Mean looking too. Must be wreaking havoc on the food chain. Never mind the danger it poses to locals. Well, time to do what a viper does best. That's that. So you like the show? Don't play coy, I can see you're intrigued. But before I spill all my secrets, I got a question for you. Ever heard of a Taral Vidral? You have? Then you know they're a rare breed of beast that wields all sorts of powers they got no right having. A threat to every other living thing that has the temerity to breathe in their vicinity. Because of their long lifespans and unnatural abilities, they were dubbed the Tyrants of Tural. That's more or less what the name means. Anyway, someone's got to hunt the Teralvadral, and that someone is us, the Vipers. You know, I've met a fair few adventurers during my time here, but I can tell you're a cut above the rest. Might even have what it takes to be a Viper. Oh, we have what it takes. If you're interested, I can teach you on one condition. You'll help me hunt down a Teralvadral that's made its way to Eorzea. What do you say? Ha! Hell of a thing to ask out of the blue, I know. Just think on it some, will ya? Let's head on back to Ul'dah and tell the Weaver fellow we're square. The journey will give you time to consider my offer. I can't get over how pretty Thanalan is now. All the grass and like you can see the flowers in the grass. Everything is so pretty. We are back. Where are we? I just gave our Weaver friend the good news and he handed over this set of fancy duds as promised. Gotta say it was worth the trouble. So about my offer, you ready to become a Viper and protect folks from the nastiest beasts that ever lived? Yes. A mighty fine answer. I'll make a Viper of you. Just see if I don't. First order of business, let me give you this here soul crystal. It contains knowledge of our fighting arts, passed down since ancient times from our one generation of Vipers to the next. Assuming you've got the knack for it, our skills can be yours too. I've also got a fresh set of Viper gear for you. The Weavers Guild wanted to thank you for overseeing our hunt earlier, so they made you your very own outfit. Guess that fella took your measurements by eye or something. Oh, and the blades are a couple of spares I had handy. Try it all on for size, and let me get a good look at you when you're at it. Let's do it. I like it's called how it's called snake bite attire. I think I already have. Oh, I thought I had got the other gear, but I guess I didn't. Oh, that's a cool looking icon up here. Now to figure out all of our spells. A ranged attack. Oh, we've got a rush. I like that. Okay, this is AoE. This is also AoE. You come here. Okay, so we've got like coils and then we've got dens. Okay. Not sure if that's how I'm gonna want it, but just based off of reading spells, I think maybe. Keshko wonders if you have what it takes to master the art of the Viper. Of course we have what it takes. You just don't know us. Well, you sure look the part, but do you feel anything from the soul crystal? Huh, I knew it! Sounds like you got what it takes to be a Viper. But the only way to know for sure is to put them new skills to the test. For that, we'll need prey. From what I hear, you adventurers have got your own guild, so I'm guessing the folks there will know the best spots for hunting. Let's go see what they can tell us. You got your spells all set up, hubby?
Yeah, I just copied you.
Okay. You copied me.
Did?
Let's see. Okay. Let's go back to the ether right here. And we'll go to the Adventurers Guild. Knowledgeable adventurer. If you're after deadly predators, try Spineless Basin. Lately, there have been sightings of heretofore unknown species. Those that slaughter anything that moves, including travelers. What's worse, they work in packs. Even the adventurers hired to cull them ended up meeting a sticky end. Uh-oh. Okay, well that's where we'll go. Oh, a little boy. A befuddled boy. You got a lead already? Maybe there's something to this whole asking around thing after all. Critters not from around these parts, you say. Either they got chased out of their usual habitat, or they were brung here. Either way, that's bad news for folks unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. The hunting of Tyrol Vidral is a viper's most important duty, but that doesn't mean we turn a blind eye to lesser threats. Next stop, Spineless Basin. Bean, what's your tail, Bubby? Here's what I'm looking for. Up you go.
Gotta remember the buttons.
These here adventurers ran into a whole gaggle of the fiends we're after. They got pretty roughed up, but I saw to their wounds already, don't you worry. Before we go say hello to the troublemakers, I reckon I ought to teach you about the Viper's dual blades. Our techniques were created for the sole purpose of killing Tyrol Vidral. Most of them are meaner varieties of things you might encounter in the wild, often with special powers to boot. To stand a chance against these powerful enemies, our ancestors looked to vipers for inspiration, always twisting and turning to find the perfect angle of attack to take down bigger prey. Two blades, for the twin fangs of a viper, to wield in tandem and strike with precision. They can also be combined into a single weapon that weaves and sways like the body of a snake. By switching between these stances, the viper has the capacity to adapt to any situation. Now, the prey we're after today ain't nowhere near as fearsome as a Tyrol Vidral, but they'll give you a chance to test out your new skills. Let me know when you're ready. We're ready. Oh, you know what, hubby? This might be a solo thingy. Yeah. It's solo.
Perfect.
I'll see you on the other side. Dual thing. Start with an opener, follow up with the second, and then pick one of the 4 finishers. Okay. As you can tell by the names, each finisher works best from a certain position, but don't worry about that for now, just give them all a try. I don't know if I've got the hang of it, more just like pushing buttons. I reckon there's a big old bastard waiting in the wings, and now it's set us tougher opposition. Of course it has. I've got just a thing for dealing with Lumoxes. Okay. Alright, now for Viper Stance, where you combine your two blades into one. Open with Dreadwinder, then transition with either Twin Fang Bite or Twin Blood Bite. The Viper weapon skill Dreadwinder can be followed by Hunter's Coil or Swiftskin's Coil. Time to take it down a peg or three. Just remember what you're dealing with. It ain't no pushover like the rest. That's okay, we're not a pushover either. I know some of these are pushables.
I can't do this one. Strike.
What one can't you do?
I can steam strike.
It was just part of the combo because honestly, I got mine by chance. I was just pushing buttons.
I got it, man. I don't know how I got it, but I got it.
Not bad at all. Those were just the basics, but your execution was mighty impressive. Since you've proven you won't be a liability, let me tell you about the Tyrell withdrawal we're up against. We call it Ixok Xamahun? It's an offshoot of the Baraks, a deadly jungle predator, and after a series of mutations, this one's grown huge wings. Worse yet, it's smart as a whip and has a mean streak a malm wide. After learning of the beast, me and my most promising student set off to slay it. Facing it head on seemed like suicide, so we laid an ambush. Almost worked, too. Almost. We thought we had it subdued, and made our approach to deliver the killing blow. But we'd underestimated the fiend's cunning nature. When we got close, it lashed out, lightning quick, before taking to the skies. I cradled my brother in arms as he breathed his last. Revenge is all I've been able to think about ever since. I traveled the length and breadth of Tyrell looking for that beast, with nothing to show for it but a half-dozen pairs of ruined boots. With each passing day, I grew more and more desperate. That was until I met some folks who'd crossed the salt on a trade ship from Ul'dah. They claimed they'd seen a huge winged creature flying eastwards over the ocean. Knowing how clever Ixog Zamanhun is, I reckoned it'd gone in search of new hunting grounds, somewhere without an established threat like us Vipers. So I bought passage on a ship, and here I am. Little did I know Eorzea would be damn near as big as Tyrell. I'm a fish out of water, and I'm not afraid to admit it, or that I'm going to need all the help I can get. That's where you come in. With you on my side, I might just stand a chance of avenging my fallen comrade. What do you say? Of course we're gonna help. Thanks, that means a lot. Let's get back to Ul'dah and see if we can't find some clues as to Ixok Zamahun's whereabouts. We'll wait for the hubby to finish.
And
Welcome back. I'm gonna turn down my game sound a little bit, because I can't really hear you that well. As you saw at the Weavers Guild, chatting up folks ain't my strong suit. If you're happy to take the lead, I'm happy to follow, least for now. Think you could ask the locals if they spotted any strange creatures flying around? As for me, I'll study your technique, see if I can't brush up my social graces and whatnot. He's now accompanying us. Alright. This person's name is Anthrax. I don't... What a name. A flying beast? Why yes, of late we've had sightings of such a creature, more and more each day. We're looking into it ourselves, but there have been no reported attacks, nor can I provide a more detailed description. As such, I can't say if it's the same one you're after. That wasn't very helpful. I have to say, I think so far, I preferred the Pictomancer questline compared to this so far. Yeah, when I was on the ship here, I heard about this hunt your local company seemed to be running. We got a system like that back in Tural too, mainly for dealing with the Tural withdrawal. Naturally, the bulk of the work was handled by Vipers, but ever since the Dawn Servant came to power, the scope's been expanded to cover a wider range of threats. These days, pretty much anyone can take on jobs, and there's no shortage of them all over. If you're ever in Tural, maybe you ought to give it a try. Whole lot of people here. We got cities of our own back in Tural, but this is something else. You know, to become a Viper, traditionally you've got to live in this remote village in the mountains, where you learn all you can about the habits of various beasts. Ain't much else to do out there, so anytime you get to yourself, you're expected to spend honing your skills. Once training's done, you're free to roam where you please. There ain't many Tural Vidral that need hunting, but they can spring up pretty much anywhere in Tural, so many say it's good to keep on the move. Me, though, I chose to stick around even after I finished my training. Gave me a chance to work on my swordsmanship, and instead of going out looking for work, folks came straight to us asking for help. That's how I got complacent and fell into the habit of letting my elders and students do all the talking and negotiating with outsiders. Even my passage here was arranged by an acquaintance. Making other people do stuff for him, man.
lazy.
He's a little lazy. Dee Lada. Well, what? A winged creature? Oh, well, I've heard the rumors. They say it has a dozen faces, ringed with red, wriggling tentacles, and it shoots beams of light from its eyes. Of course, it's all too common for those with more money than sense to bring in bizarre species from distant lands, and the trouble with rumors is that they grow ever more fanciful with each retelling. Well, damned if I know how you did it, but you and your silver tongue got useful information out of folks. Even if none of it amounted to a solid lead, the knowledge that Ixok Zamahun hasn't kicked up a proper fuss yet is all clue in itself. I reckon it's taken its time to get the lay of the land, having only just arrived here. Alright, now I've seen a master at work. I'm gonna try my hand at talking to the locals. The best way is to learn by doing, that's right. Couldn't agree more. Besides, I face meaner folks than a few tight-lipped city folk, and if I make a fool of myself, so what? I'll just ask someone else. And it just so happens I brought with me a whole bunch of herbs and knickknacks from back home that I can sell to keep myself fed. It might take a while to find any solid leads, but at least I can get by for the time being. This dude talks so much. Ruh-roh, who's this? So those are the ones who slew my pets. Interlopers on the hunt for my next darling prize. Little do they know its lost interest in Thanalan. Just as well. Its fickle nature may yet bring us greater delights. Evil. I'll be doing my damnedest to get more information. Might take a while though, so come see me later. And don't forget to practice your Viper techniques. We won't. Whew. This dude talks a lot. Alright, hubby. You wanna do some PvP? Yes, you do.
I guess.
It's really good XP. It's just the daily one. But we need to set up our PvP bar first. So take this teleport.
Okie dokie.
There's a striking dummy down here if you wanna try some abilities really quick. Well, that kind of reminds me of... Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, and it resets that? That's cheaty. Okay. That's super cool. Oh, you're the party leader.
No, I'm not.
Or they actually did the poses the same for the males and females this time. Usually they have a little bit different of a pose. Oh, I need to put a mount on my bar. I forgot about the mount.
What's the mount button?
Go to your character and then mount guide. So your character menu. Mount guide, and then you can either pick a specific mount or just tell it to choose a random mount. Nobody's moving. I think I'm lagging. Yep, I got disconnected.
As did I.
Oh no. That was bad timing for disconnect. What?
Final Fantasy get crashed or something?
Maybe? I put the one-time password in as my actual password. 6, 7.
Oh boy. 1,236 people in queue.
Oh yeah, then I'm gonna say lots of people got disconnected. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Why? Down to 12:15. Okay, it's going a little fast. Alright, I'll be right back while we wait. At least it wasn't just us. Looks like it was everybody, so. Yeah, I hope so too. I'm hoping it wasn't a DDoS issue because, yeah, I really hope it wasn't DDoS. That would stink.
Nobody won, but I leveled up. Woohoo!
Oh, you got in?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm sitting at 145. Hey, at least you leveled up.
It says I leveled up. I did not level up. Oh, it must have been a PvP level.
Ah, yeah.
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. If you go to your PvP profile, which should be on your bar, on one of your hotbars, and then go to the series, I think it's called series button, you should be able to claim the first reward. And you'll see that if you get to series level 25, the reward this series is a mount. So we can work towards that. We just have to do our that front line every day for the reward. Until we get to level 25. Yay, we're loading. All right, well, that was not expected. "23 minutes. All right, all right. Let's do this. Because I want you to get your Viper to 90 more than I need to. So, let's see.
You're yelling at me.
Who's yelling at you?
Bola.
Who?
Growling. Bola.
Why?
Because she wants to play.
Oh, look at that. Trials needs a healer. Okay, let's go. I'd rather do that. Do you have food, by the way? Make sure you eat food for XP. You can eat it once we get in.
Think so.
Wait, did this auto pull cards for me? This auto pulled cards for me when I got into the instance. What?
Good thing.
Yes, that's an amazing thing. When it goes off, you're just going to want to be closer to the edge. I mean, it's not taking a whole lot of damage here anyway, but generally that's what it is.
of combat! Unyielding of the earth!
What the swords mean?
The swords, each one will have a number of swords, and he will target them in the order of how many swords are over their head. A big cleave, so you'll want to stand away from whoever has it next in line. But we got out of it before that happened. It does. It gives me a full sleeve when we start an instance. I love that. You want to stand in the blue crystal, otherwise you get hit by that guy's AoEs. I like the changes to the cards. I'm gonna have to learn what all of these abilities are that they do different, but it's really cool that they have actual abilities now rather than just a stat increase. gotta attack the crystal that he's tethered to.
Ash is pretty cool.
What's that?
The dash.
Oh, the dash? Yeah. Alright, hubby has to go. So, thank you for joining, my love.
Of course.
It was fun having you.
Of course it was. It's cool. Fun being there.
Alright, we'll level up your Viper some more later.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Boy.
In that case, we could do some story. Alright, so let's go ahead and do some story then. Hey, Alex. Let's just put our spoiler alert update in the title. Yeah, he doesn't want to eat, so just pick it up so they can come in. Alright, let's go. I always gotta love when the new quest is question marks, because usually it means it's gonna be really good. They don't want to spoil what's gonna happen. I love when that happens. Time to find out what damn dorks are up to. Yes, it is time. It is time. I was laughing so much today thinking about all of Waklamat's reactions yesterday. It was just too funny. Oh, while I'm thinking about it, baby, can I have my headset back for this? I was letting him borrow my headset, but I want that for MSQ. Thank you. Come on, bud. Oh, that's tiny. Oh. Here we go. All right. Volume is much lower with these. Wow. Okay. Is that a good volume? Wakevu. Wakevu wishes to spread word that the festival will soon be held. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Okay, good. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Iana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Do we get to do the greeting? Oho Kali! See, I remember. We didn't get to learn the emote though. Oh, with the chat mode and say, okay, so we're just gonna say the greeting. We don't get to do the emote. Lame. I want to do the emote. Let's say it. Oho Kali. I want the greeting. Me too. How much you want to say that we're gonna get it? Kind of like how the lolly ho was from there. I think we'll get it. I think we'll get it. It's like the lolly ho. Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? What to do? Oh, golly. That's actually really hard to type. Oh, golly. The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on all of us, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. This is just what these people needed. This is perfect. There's no way we're not going to get this key. We're winning this. Sniff. So much has been taken from us. Why even try? But poor guy. I didn't type it, but I wanted to talk to him first. Oh, Kali. What? The float is fixed! Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihiana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Yes, we must enjoy this festival. We must. The Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine? Yes, they were. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. Alize stretching over here.
So few have come.
She sounds so defeated.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
That's right. All this work we did will be worth it.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Off we go.
Such a cheesy grin.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival!
Oh, that's so sweet.
Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out! But do not even think of dropping her!
I love the Femme Hrothgar expressions. They are super cute. I do agree. This music is so upbeat. Look at their dance!
I could get used to this.
belly stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
This is great.
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promised would ride our boat again.
Stompies, yes.
We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
This is adorable.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozaduaki!
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
You want this dance too? Wait, isn't this the music from not Ishgard, that beginning part? It sounds like the music when you go get your the Wondrous Tales, whatever that's called. I can't remember names for the past couple days for some reason. Woo, they're glowing. Oh, we're glowing.
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy.
Oh, this is so cool.
Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Look at it go!
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing. To think that such a thing was even possible.
Oh, I know. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. Always running ahead.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account.
Woo!
Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper.
Uh-huh.
We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Whoa.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
You like his voice? Yeah, I like his voice too. He gives me some Graha Tia vibes a little bit, but more chill.
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
I see what he's trying to say, but I don't agree because that tradition in the festival is what cheers everybody up and brings them together. It's like part of their culture.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wooklamat. It achieved the same result.
Orion sure and Thrinkard. Yep.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
True. Oh, so it's not just one person who gets the stone. Okay, interesting.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ikikana next season. As Dawn servant, of course.
Oh, so much faith.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
I wonder what happened to the two-head. He didn't get a stone. Or help. Ah, here we go.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Set says myth butt cited.
I have a better butt than you, Set.
Oh, thems could be fighting words. He did a sad face.
Huh?
He did a sad face. He's installing his new hard drive in his laptop so he can download Final Fantasy on it. He was playing with me earlier, Set. You missed it.
Yep, sure did. Being a slacker and all.
Being a slacker. My journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wakevu for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linuhanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihiana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Xabaliav Dai. They are scheming some naughty stuff. Oh, we have blue quests. Oh, those are gonna be for... Those are gonna be for the ether currents. Let's do those later. We'll do those later. We're just gonna do story for now. We'll get ether currents later. I'm not worried about it. Where are we going? Okay, we're just gonna go over there. The Bayside Bevy. Let's go to the Bayside Bevy. looking. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Ukopacha. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. Let's see. These hats crack me up. They're so funny. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Baruch Avu's tacos to feed an army. Oh, this Pelu got all the tacos and we didn't get any. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall to Urkopacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. The Pelu attire, yeah, it is really, really pretty. I like all the bright colors. Oh, are we gonna go on an alpaca? I think we're gonna go on an alpaca. May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Yes! It's so cute! These animals can traverse Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So fluffy, I'm gonna die! So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yogg-Tural. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was young and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. She got spit on. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. Her face. We're really doing this then. So was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. What? We're paying you? You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. We're being swindled. Hey, at least it's not by Instinians spending our entire coffers. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes! I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. Poor Woklamat. First she gets seasickness, and now she's got to ride an alpaca. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do. Look at their fluffy butts. Oh my gosh.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Urkopacha.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
It is very pretty.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
Mm-hmm.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuklamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrunpelo.
Yeah, it's a great outfit.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens.
You're jealous. I know. I wish you could play.
I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Ooh.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end.
At least he got a discount. He didn't get swindled.
But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
Oh, good. She does have supporters.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyola. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
I don't think that's true. His face, he's like, you of all people.
Off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
That's what I was saying. Estinian's definitely gonna get swindled. This is it? Wakumpelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Woklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. But please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. Swindle. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, Third Promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. All right, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Arenville, when did you... Ah, a Shitona from far-off Saktaral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Waklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Arenville's words of caution to heart. She's just over here sulking. Poor Waklamot. Waklamot is ready to search out the Dawn Servant's Elector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryal, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Waklamot, you and Aranville might approach travelers and passerby. Ernel, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Sounds like a plan, Alphonel. Let's just attune to our pretty aether right here. This is so cute. I love all the detail. So much detail. These are so cute. These little like houses in the walls. The Dawn Servant's Elector? I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't care who sits on the throne, so long as I keep Terrell peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. No. No, thank you. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. Tobley. Hi, Alpaca Keep. We'll register our name here. Thank you. And Mr. Gemstone Trader, thank you. We'll also just activate that. An alpaca fillet? I hope we aren't killing alpacas. Why is there alpaca fillet here? We are not killing fluffy alpacas. No. I agree. Oh no. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Ja. No, don't you yum. No. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No. No. No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoral Ja or his policies. That's fine. We're not. Mablu. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. Yeah, they would like the expansionalist, but also it seems like they don't know all of his other hidden stuff, so for their own purposes, they would like him. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. That's the second time we've heard Tobley. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Okay, we need to find this Tobley guy. But first, we're going to speak with Woklamat. Hi, Steve. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. I decided to start the story, so we are doing that. It's so good so far. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Oh yeah, the daily queues, they're pretty bad right now unless you're a tank or a healer. If you're trying to do DPS and queues, it's bad. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Hi, Musica. Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. I started Viper with my hubby, but then I switched to Astrologian because the queues were way too long. Yes, so we had a massive disconnect earlier, and there was like 1,500 in queue. It was pretty bad. Like everyone got disconnected at once. I agree. The Astro changes were definitely needed. I enjoyed the couple roulettes that I ran on it. It'll take some getting used to with the cards being different spells now, but I really like the change. Shiver. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. The rough divide loss. I haven't looked at any gunbreaker changes. I'm not sure what that loss was. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. It's okay, just like you weren't seasick. You're not scared. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. All tanks got a new dash and sacrificed their dash attack. Oh! Yeah, well that's a big part of Gunbreaker's rotation, that dash attack. Ugh. I can see how that would be frustrating. Huh, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great! We can meet back here to share our impressions. Oh, are we going to talk to her again? This is like our third time talking to her. Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. You think I might be Tobley? Haha, well maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. A full 1200 potent damage combo? That's pretty great. I see we're both done with our interrogations. We were interrogating people? I don't know if interrogation is the right word for what we just did. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. She said pungent in her when she talked. And he talked about them spitting, which is kind of pungent, but I might just be reading into that. I'm not sure. I'm going to go with the diligent. Ah, so the workers so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobley, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobley, head ledger of Wakumpelo, and head rancher of the family ranch. We guessed it right! I am also one of Gulu Jaja's chosen electors. Maybe you should do Dawn Trail on Gunbreaker? Hey, you won't have to worry about any queue times. Aha! And a place featured in the Tuliyola saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. We will not have raids at this moment. Yeah, we've got plenty of time to get ready for a raid.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
You're Dobley.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Oh, we're gonna capture an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
The example. Oh no.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Oh no. Please don't spit on her.
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
Oh no, it spit on her.
The little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't.
She's so dramatic.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I know, right? We're just spectators. Pant. I have to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff from me just to be sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Aaronville wishes to discuss the feat of gold. As Wokalamut helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I had enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful! Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel, in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. How are you liking Picto? I am loving Picto. I like it a lot. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money. Somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel, in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods, until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture. But you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphino's Million Guild. Fixed. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you did not need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, that's nice of you, Mablu. Hello again. Mablu, I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's all right if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Waklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. That's Bean. This is Beanie. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. I like how she said a beak. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, though Aranel, I think you should go with Waklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. She is adorable. As if I'd do such a thing! But I'll leave the wool with Nell anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Yep, it is. We're also babysitting a dog. He's a poodle. His name is Bear. He's very sweet. We'll have him for a little less than a month. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? Show him the wool. With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Oh, we had bigger queues earlier. Mezcal, I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff, and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? This stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? No, I don't want to remember those cues. Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zor-el-Jah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. She should have just kept her mouth shut. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wok-Lamut. You know what? I no longer think the Pelu are cute. Damned capitalism. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. They all look like children, though. Like, all of them. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Maybe if Pelu becomes a race, I should switch to it. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise plans for conquest will offer them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. You can't switch rows out of here. Oh, are you back to here? I thought... Well, you go back and forth between Ara and here. Or at least you used to. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokhoi ruled our village. Oh, okay. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become a Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliolal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. Lola. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Yes, he's out the door. Oh yes, him! Of course, the Weaver! Bolnak was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. I thought he just said he bought double the wool that he said. He might not have money. We'll see, though. We'll see. This is the spot. After Bull Nook talked to us, he walked off to the south. And then he probably going to Isuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to Wakumbelo end up staying there. These queues really don't want me to use Viper in story. Well, don't forget too that in the story you also have the trust dungeons for, or the trust for dungeons. So you don't necessarily have to have a queue for that. The only thing you'd have a queue for is raid. And I think a raid would probably be easier to get into than a dungeon, maybe. Let's go and check, shall we? Trials is what I meant. Sorry, I said raid. I meant trials. Thank you. Yes, I did hear that it was. Oh, look, we've got another of our hunt down there. Oh, here he is. Can I have that basket, Erno? Yes, you can. Thanks! Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bolnak, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third Promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Dural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Thank you, Bolnak. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. I love how they talk about their pel. Always in the columns. That's very generous, Bolnak. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Arenal remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Arundel, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Arundel would never let me hear the end of it. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. I like her sandals. We did an excellent trade. Are we getting economics lessons now? Yes. Success! You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. Levering connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? They have a fabulous sense of style. It's a nice sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. So only those people with a practical need would be interested. I know, right? History lessons, economic lessons, it's like we're in school. Wait! That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go! We find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin with our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the end. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably lance guard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list? I can't. He's already wearing one, but I can't tell if he has a weapon or not. Let's see, no coat or cloak. But also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Have a healer helping me with Viper? Nice. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolal and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. We've doubled again. Oh-ho! From 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the Eponymous, the owner of Miplu's mate garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We have already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These will be the calm type, right? Success, we've traded. We've doubled again. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Yay! We're on the alpacas, they're so cute! Please don't spit, please don't spit! Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way to across the Tyrrell? No. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. We have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yakhoi. So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. Aw. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. You're falling in love with Viper? That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I haven't been able to play it enough to really tell yet. Oh, I saw an ether current. We made it! And without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Isuvlo's inn. So we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads of travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wok Lamott's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. A mix of dancer and samurai? That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise and let's get to bargaining. You have to wonder, how do they know who each other are? Because you can never see their face. To what do I owe this honor? Oh, we gotta talk to Wok Lamott. You have that little ox for me? Yes, we do. Thanks! Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. This quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wok Lamott. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Nell and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. You've brought me some leaves then? Yes, we have. Nice. Comms are always good. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate! Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. I have to say, I really like how well Waklamot takes things, even when it's with people who are voting for the other contestants. Like, she handles it really well. Mamlu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I accept Tobli to accept my decision then? You mentioned your plans. Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and become Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's best to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. Alright, Steve, have a good time. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Waklamot of the Dawn's Promise, after all. The face. Another excellent trade. Waklamot has her eye on a jug of premium mezcal. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Arenville's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. We're not ready yet. We need to go grab that ether current. Nodo cactuar. Ooh, coffee grounds. To the north. I don't see it. Am I just blind? Oh, can't go up there from here. What? Oh, there it is. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in this distillery now, perhaps Waklamot could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Let's do it. Let's find all the tea. Babilja. Me, I'm a chef from Tuliolal. I often come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less, potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Oh no. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the things they love. I think we're gonna have to go kill some things. Gobley might be deft-handed at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it, he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. Ooh. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Waklamat. She said on top of the distillery, right? Or is he up there? Up here. Oh, look at the alpaca. That's awesome. You have business with me, madam? Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his work? Now what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a hubby chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but I did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters, causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. The grin. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit. I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity, if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Valakshunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnak, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As a supporter of Waklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agavijaz? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. All right, you have a deal. Yes! I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Nell and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wakumbelo. Be safe. I'm probably going to finish up this quest line and then call it for the night. I have to be up early for work tomorrow. That should be Agavijaz just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Ma Blue the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bull Nuck, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Ma Blue. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Ma Blue, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I'd look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Aha! Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. This is it! The trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoralja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have another work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Our economics lesson is complete. You've acquired the saddle then. Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I didn't think I signed up for classes when playing Dawn Trail. I know, right? Her face. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods! I did it! He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Waclamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. I want this alpaca. Me too. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. This specific one. Me too. You're only now noticing that? Zoralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. Where you can change that. Yeah, that would be cool. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard of tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Waclamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Dural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Oh. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, these are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy but opportunity. It got real dark. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own hands what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. Oh! No, I think that's what they're just saying to try to win people over. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Galul Jala did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliolal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? Yeah, I agree. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Saralja and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orankanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wak Lamat off on her hunt. It's probably going to be one of those where we have to play as Wak Lamat to catch the alpaca since we can't join her. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer on Wak Lamat. Okay, we can cheer you on.
Good luck there, promise!
I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Help me pitch the tent. Okay, maybe we're not gonna play as her.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Jacques Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Charlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding this city of gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Ooh.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
She did it.
I did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, third promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Oh. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. The alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Mablu is minded to rush ahead to the village. Wuk still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea! I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. Yay! Alright, we're gonna turn this one in and then head to bed. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wuk can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. Oh, I don't want it to move ahead if I'm not. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to. They're adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown quite fond of them. Welcome back, third promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokhoi, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakhoi in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants, and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakhoi subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders, and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transferred us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the Bon Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja saw a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Five more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It would be because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wok-Lamont. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm certain of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakhoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yogg-Togth and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. She did, yes. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakhoi have to tell us? Yeah, she got the alpaca and she just got her stone. And Moblu told Tobli that she wanted to be a trader, and he gave her his blessing. They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? We lost nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryl, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feet, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Togth around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zeralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wak Lamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. We haven't seen anything of the two-head in this part. Or Kona. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and God knows you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Xibaliev with us. The contest has hardly begun. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Okay, I am going to call it there for the night. We will pick up probably tomorrow after work. We shall see. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a great night. Good night. You're welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I will see you all later.